All right, good morning, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, we're starting a few minutes late. We're waiting on a couple students. Okay, we're going to start off this morning with our student work. Okay, about 5-10 minutes we'll be back. We'll pray, and then we will begin our lesson talking about, again, Christ as the bread of life. Okay, let me know if you have any questions, but we're working on that student work for about 5 to 10 minutes. Just be ready for when we come back. All right, welcome distant learners, welcome back. Hopefully you're working on that student work as well. Make sure you're sending in pictures once you're done with that anytime this week. If it's not, it is a 0. Make sure you're staying on top of that. If you have any questions, let me know. Okay, we are going to pray here, and then we are going to begin this lesson, the second part of Christ being the bread of life. Okay, we read a lot of passages yesterday as an introduction. Today and yesterday we talked about some of the characteristics. Today we're going to be talking about some of the facts and the rejection, and then move on throughout this week. Okay, but any prayer requests before we start? The girls' volleyball game, safety of travel, safety of the game. Yes, ma'am. Unspoken, sorry. Both of you are like right here. Unspoken. Okay, yes, ma'am. It's Thursday. Is that procedure still Thursday? Okay, so you have an update after today. So hopefully that goes well. We'll pray for the checkup and then the procedure on Thursday, hopefully. Okay, also continue to keep Pastor Silowski in your prayers. He's doing a little bit better, but not much. He's pretty sick. Okay, I know maybe a lot of you guys don't really know him. You know the old guy that pops his head in? Most of you guys should know of him since most of you have been here for a while. Okay, the older guy that pops his head in all the time is like, hey, and then leaves. Yeah, with the little dog, Max. Okay, but pray for him as he has COVID in Dubai. He's still in the hospital. He's not on a ventilator, but he is on an oxygen machine because his oxygen levels aren't good. So we're just praying that hopefully soon he can just breathe on his own, not need any help with that. So keep him in your prayers as well, because it's not great. It's not easy for his family either. Mr. Moyer, Mrs. Moyer, their grandkids, all of them, family in Michigan. It's not easy. Certainly, it's never easy when a family member is sick, right? Certainly when they're thousands of miles away in a different country where you have no access to him. He's 12 hours time difference, so it's not like they can just call him all the time and see what's going on. So just pray for him, pray for his family, and we're going to try to remember him in our thoughts and prayers throughout this week. Hopefully he can get better and return soon. All right, but we're going to pray, and then we'll get started. Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for everything you do for us, Lord, all the blessing you've given us, Lord. Thank you for just salvation, for us being able to have the knowledge from your word, how we can be saved, that you're this bread of life we're talking about, that you are the way. And when we believe, we can know. Thank you for that. Thank you for all the kids that are here, Lord, the health you've given us, the ability to keep the school open, but also thank you for the technology we're able to have. Okay, I know it's not always perfect. Okay, lots of faults, but we're able to have that for the distant learners, Lord, so they can stay safe at home, or if they're not feeling well, students can stream at home. But please help them to remain diligent in their work. Okay, I know it's easy to get behind and get lazy while you're at home because you're not here, but to allow them to remain diligent in whatever they're doing. Also, please help Kylie and Tori's Unspoken, Lord. You know all of our hearts and you know all of our thoughts, Lord. You know exactly what we need and when we need it. So just be there for them, show yourself to them, and just comfort them through that time. Please help them. Also, please help Emma's grandfather, Lord, as he has a checkup today, for that to go well and everything to be good to go, and for that procedure to be able to move forward on Thursday. Please just bless the doctors that are in that. Bless his grandfather, give him strength. Give the doctors wisdom and guide their hands. Also, we lift up Pastor, Lord. We can't do anything, but that's what's awesome about praying. Okay, we can't help Pastor in any way. We can't comfort him in person and bring him food or whatever. Okay, we can't do anything really for him, but we can pray. Okay, we're able to pray to you, and we know that you're the great physician, you're the great healer, you have all power, and your will be done. But we just pray that you lift him up, Lord, and you touch him and heal him and allow him to recover and come back to the church, come back to the school, and come back to his family. As they're all probably restless, probably tired, probably very nervous, scared. Just be there for his family as well. Comfort them through this time. Give Pastor strength and give all the doctors over there in Dubai wisdom as they're trying to help him as much as they can. Bless this class as we're learning more about you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. All right, yesterday we talked about a few characteristics about the true bread. Okay, I read a long passage. We might go over a few of those verses I read yesterday today, okay, but I'm not going to read the whole thing again. But we're just going to be going through it verse through verse. Okay, but we talked about this true bread. Okay, what are some of the characteristics that we talked about yesterday about this true bread? Okay, it gives life. That is one. What else? It's a person, so it's not a food. It's not, since it's the bread of life, it's not a food. No, who is this true bread we're talking about? We all know the answer. Jesus. Okay, he said it himself. Okay, we saw in the passage we read yesterday. Okay, talking about this true bread. Okay, last thing, this true bread does what? It satisfies. Okay, that's not for a moment. It's not like when we eat food, right? You're hungry. Okay, I had some goods this morning. This one was okay. Mrs. Coral had like a taro type thing. You guys know what taro is? Okay, it's like a taro, I don't know what you call it, like a little, I don't know, muffin type, I don't know, baked good. Okay, and it had like taro on the inside. It's pretty good. Okay, but we eat that, what? For now. Okay, we eat that, we're like, oh, we're good for now. And then for me, maybe a couple hours later, for you guys, maybe a couple hours later, you're like, oh, I'm hungry again, right? Okay, now it's time for lunch, or whatever your eating schedule is. Okay, now it's dinner time. Okay, oh, it's 10 o'clock at night. Maybe it's time for a snack for Mr. Coral because he gets hungry, so he snacks. Okay, but that's how we are, right? We have to eat food, but that's for a temporary satisfaction. Man, Jesus, and what we read yesterday, he will satisfy them. The bread of life, him, okay, he will satisfy not only in physical, okay, but he's going to satisfy them eternally, spiritually. The Bible said what two things? That they will never, what? Hunger or thirst. They'll never hunger or thirst. And that they'll have everlasting life from this bread. Okay, and we talked about that yesterday. Okay, but we see, we're going to talk about today, as we read it yesterday, okay, about the facts of this bread, okay, and how they rejected it, how they heard the truth, how he plainly said it. Okay, he gave analogies at first, but then he plainly said, hey, I am this bread. I am the bread of life. I am the way. Okay, the Bible tells us, I am the way, the truth, of life. No man cometh unto the Father, what? What does it say? But by me. Man, he tells them that. He quotes those verses. But we see people still reject him. People still have disbelief. Okay, but we're going to be talking about some of that today. Okay, so we see again this true bread. We're going to see some facts. Some facts. If we study the bread that we eat every day, we can learn some facts about it that compare with Christ's title. Okay, the bread of life. Okay, what are maybe some facts that you think, okay, that the bread that we eat every day could compare to this title that we give to Christ? What are some facts that kind of could go with or respond to, or kind of they mean the same thing? What are some terms that we read about yesterday, and I just said a few of them, that are the same between the bread that we might eat every day and the bread of life? What are some similarities? It's not a trick question. Okay, they're both called bread. What? Okay, they both satisfy you. I don't know about that. Okay, but what are the two words I just said? It does what? It quenches your or fills your hunger, right? Okay, bread, when we eat food, bread, a sandwich, or that's bread. When you eat bread, it fills you. Okay, sometimes when people go on diets, they're like, I can't eat bread, right? There's carbs in bread. There's fats in bread. Okay, sometimes people diet from it. But bread fills you. Okay, but also this bread of life, man, it fills you. Okay, it doesn't fill our hunger, but it fills our need. Does that make sense? It fills our spiritual need. Man, without Christ, without this bread of life, we're empty. We're lost. The Bible says we're sinners. We're but filthy rags. Okay, but without him, okay, but with him, we can be satisfied. Okay, but we see the first fact. We see it's a necessity. This bread of life, this true bread, it is a necessity. Okay, it's not just like, man, I'm not really feeling that today, right? Sometimes we're like, man, PB&J again? I want PB&J. I'm not feeling that today. Have you guys ever been there? I love PB&Js. I still eat them today. Before I work out or before basketball, I make peanut butter jellies. That's what I do, Esther. Okay, at college, I'd do the same thing. If there was a bad meal, there was always a peanut butter jelly section. And if I didn't want the meal, I would go to the peanut butter jelly section. I'd make 3 peanut butter jelly sandwiches. I'd eat 1 at lunch. I'd go take a nap. I'd eat 1 before work. I'd go to work, and then I'd have 1 to snack on. Peanut butter jelly sandwiches saves lives. Okay, not really. Okay, but we see it's a necessity. It's not like the bread that we eat. Okay, it is, this true bread, a necessity. Okay, what does necessity mean? It's not a trick question. Can't use the word itself to describe the word. I was just trying to see where your minds would go. Okay, but that means it's an absolute truth. Okay, it means it's no debating. Okay, it's not like, hey, okay, this math problem, it's debatable. Maybe you did it wrong here. Okay, or this is the right answer. This is how you're supposed to do it, right? But you both have an answer. Man, there is no argument on this. Okay, there's no argument. This is the truth. You need it, like Esther said. You have to have it. Okay, we also see not only do we need it, okay, although some popular diets omit bread and other starchy foods, it was a basic staple in Jesus' day, right? Sometimes, like I said, we get rid of the bread. We don't need it. Man, this bread, we need it. And not only do we need it for our life, we need it every single day. We need it every single day. Man, it's not like a diet. You can't diet off Jesus because you need him every day. You need his word every day for encouragement, for sharpening, the Bible says. Okay? The Bible says iron sharpeneth iron. Okay, that's talking about relationships. Okay? Human to human, but also human to God. Okay, man to God. That's our relationships to sharpen us so we can learn, we can grow as Christians and as people. Okay, we need it daily. Just like if we do not eat bread, or if people did not eat bread in the first century Palestine, you didn't eat much of anything. Okay, they didn't have a ton of other food. It was like bread, and if you had more money, maybe some meat. Okay, but that's all they ate. Fish was probably super popular in this time as well. Okay, but they didn't eat a ton of food. Just like we saw at the feeding of the 5,000, what did they have? What two things? Bread and fish. That's what they did. That's how they got food. Man, they would go out fishing, and they would get bread. I mean, they didn't have carne asada tacos. Okay, they didn't have that. They had these simple things. Okay, and that's why this terminology, Christ used something that was relatable. Bread. Everyone liked it. Everyone ate it. They knew what bread was. Okay, it's not like I would go up to some random person and like, dude, have you ever had pad thai? Have you ever had pad thai? Do you know what that is? Okay, have you ever had pad thai? And I'm asking everyone, maybe some people knows what it is. Maybe some people have had it. Maybe some people are like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, what in the world is that? You're probably thinking, is that some Asian food? That's probably what you're thinking. Okay, if you've never had it. Okay, but when he said bread, everyone knew. Everyone knew. They knew what he was talking about because they liked bread. They ate bread on a daily basis. Okay, so he's trying to show them, hey, just like you think you need this physical bread every day, you need the true bread every single day. You can't diet off of me. Jesus and the disciples would have known nothing of our modern day like a smorgasbord. Okay, I always say the wrong word. I think that's how you say it, smorgasbord. You guys know the like charcuterie boards or whatever. Okay, it has like cheese and meat and sometimes fruit, crackers. You guys know what I'm talking about? Yes? No? Okay, you've seen people like Instagram, people post it all the time now because, wow, look at my charcuterie board or whatever it's called. It's so cool. Okay, they're all the same. It's something like that. Meat, cheese, crackers, whatever. Okay, but that's what we have. We have access to so many things. Okay, at this time, they didn't. Okay, they didn't have these modern day things that we have. Similarly, we must feed, okay, again, talking about this true bread, we must feed daily. And I already said it on the Bible. Remember in John 1:1, what does the Bible say? You guys remember? In the beginning was the Word. Right here. Right here. Some of us might not care about this. Some of us might not read it. Okay, I'm right there with you. It's easy not to read it. It's easy to go a day, man, I just forgot to read my Bible. Man, but it can be easy. It should bug you. It should bug you. Be like, man, I have to get in the Word. I need my daily bread. I need it. Every single day we need it. Okay? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Man, the Word, this is the true bread. We still have access to it, bless you. Okay, we got to get it daily. Okay, we got to be in the Word of Christ daily if we are to remain healthy and strong spiritually. Okay, just like when we want to stay healthy and strong here, right, we got to eat some food. Although, like, Michelle doesn't like eating some meals. Michelle. Okay, but we have to eat something, right, every day. We got to eat something. We got to drink fluids. Okay, we got to stay healthy by doing that. Man, to keep a spiritual healthiness, a good spiritual diet, right here. You got to read something. Whether it's a verse, 2 verses, a chapter, read something, learn something that you can apply to your life, that you can sharpen your life with. Man, I promise you, it's easy. It's easy not to do it. Certainly when it's not a habit, it's easy. Okay, it's proven that it takes 21 days to break or make a habit. 21 days. To do something consistently, 21 days. That's how long it takes to make a habit. Okay? That doesn't mean you'll always keep on doing it. You'll still mess up, right? Okay, but 21 days it takes to make a habit. I challenge you. 21 days in a row. Okay? They always say Proverbs is a great book. Book of wisdom. Psalms, great book. For 21 days, I challenge you guys to be in this word and read at least one verse. 21 days. If you do that, I promise you, after those 21 days, guess what's going to pop in your head, what you should do? Oh, I got to get my time. I got to get my time in. Because it has to be, it's necessary daily. It has to be on our daily mind, our daily thoughts. Meditating day and night, as the Bible says. Okay, the third fact we see, it must be processed to be eaten. Right? When we eat bread, it must be processed. I can't just all right, let's eat the bread and swallow it whole. Right in, we'll choke. Okay, just like babies choke on everything. Okay, we would choke on trying to consume bread without chewing it. Okay, without dissolving it. Okay, without processing it. After the grain grows to maturity in the process of making bread, it is cut down, ground into flour, and baked in a hot oven. Okay, similarly, Christ was born in Bethlehem. He reared in Nazareth by Mary and Joseph, grew into a full-grown man, and then was cut down at the ripe age of about 33. He was ground or bruised for our iniquities, for our sins. He was whipped. He was crowned with the crown of thorns. Man, have you guys ever pricked your finger on something? Whether a flower bush or, I don't know, cactus, I don't know, whatever. Maybe not here, but somewhere. I had a little brother, he stepped on a cactus. We were in Montana. We were running up a mountain. It was like a dare. There were snakes. We could hear the rattlesnakes. There's small cactus everywhere. It was dark. It's like, hey, we dare you to run up this mountain and run back barefoot. And we did it. Okay, but my brother got hurt. My little brother, he's probably 8 years old at the time. He stepped on this cactus and he was like, oh, it hurt. Right? Have you guys ever been pricked by a rose bush or any kind of bush? Okay, you're out there. I've done gardening before. Okay, Parks and Rec. I did a lot of gardening, lawn care, random stuff. Okay, when you're digging out a bush, right, sometimes your arms get cut up. You're trying to dig it out, and then you got to pull it out. Okay, those bushes like the ones out here, man, they hurt sometimes. Okay, funny story. One time I was doing this for a random neighbor. Okay, he asked me, I was probably 16. I go over there. Okay, I'm digging out this bush. Okay, I'm digging out the bush. Okay, it's a hot day in the summer, as a teen. Probably even do it now. I'm wearing a sleeveless shirt, right? Got to get the sun right in. I'm in Michigan. Farmer boys, no one wants the farmer's tan. So you're getting your tan. I'm tearing out these bushes. I have a wedding later that day. Okay, I'm not in it. I'm going to a wedding. Okay, so I go home. I shower. Hot shower only. I don't do cold showers unless the hot water runs out. Okay, but I like hot water. So I'm taking a hot shower. I go to the wedding. I'm wearing a long sleeve dress shirt. It's hot outside. It's humid because it's Michigan. I go to this wedding. I get home. And I'm like, man, Dad, my arms just they feel real weird. Like they're tingly, a little itchy. He's like, oh, well, I don't see anything. Nothing was really on my arm. I wake up the next morning. Oh, man. I am extremely, when I say that, it's 4 X's, extremely allergic to poison ivy. And in those bushes, I did not know. Okay, as I'm tearing these bushes out, sleeveless shirts, cutting up my arms, I wake up the next morning, my arms are swollen. If you guys, has anyone ever had poison ivy? It's not really out here, so I'm assuming no. Okay, man, it gets bubbly. It's oily. It looks disgusting. If you don't know what it looks like, look it up. Man, it's all over my arms. All over. And not only was it on my arms, but I said my arms got cut up. Man, it got in my bloodstream. In my arms, you guys know what cellulitis is? Have you heard of that? Have you guys ever heard of what cellulitis is? It's basically a skin disease that your skin is scaly. It's real hard. I'm not lying. My arms were probably this big. They were swollen. The poison ivy turned into cellulitis because I tried all these different things to cure the poison ivy so it didn't spread. I tried, man, there's a lot of remedies online. I've tried gasoline. I tried bar laundry soap, the bar stuff. I tried so many different things. I tried the chamomile or whatever it's called, all that stuff. Okay? And my arms turned into cellulitis, and man, it hurts. It hurts. Man, Christ did so much more for us. I promise you, there was nights I could not sleep. I was laying on the couch because I didn't want my arms to spread. I didn't want to touch it or itch it because they itched constantly. I had it for a month. I would sleep on the couch. Again, Michigan, it's hot, not as hot as here, but then it's humid. So it's sticky all the time. And my body was just itching awfully. It hurt. But Christ suffered for us. Remember that prick of the bush? Man, it wasn't a big deal. It wasn't a big deal at first, that little prick. Man, Christ went through a much larger prick. A much larger punishment for who? Man, for me and for you. Okay, he went through that. Okay, but we see it back to our, I kind of got off a rabbit trail a little bit. Okay, but we see that this bread, it was necessary. It must be processed. Okay, he was ground, he was bruised for us. He underwent the fires of God's judgment for us. He took upon the sin of the world for us, for the whole world. Okay, but after we see the facts about this bread, we're going to quickly go through, okay, the rejection. We're going to see the rejection of the true bread. Okay, we're going to quickly go through it. The people enthralled by what Christ said, and in a moment of emotional excitement, cried out for him to give them that bread. Remember, he said, hey, I have this bread of life. You eat of it, and what will happen? You'll never hunger and you'll never thirst ever again. And what did they say in response? Man, where can we get this bread? How can we get it? Right? How can we get this bread? And what does Jesus tell them? I am the bread. After he said that, did they say, oh, well, we'll believe in you? Did they accept the bread then? No. Then they started to reject and deny. So questions, was their cry really sincere then? Hey, give us the bread, Jesus. Was it really sincere? Remember, why were they there? They were asking Jesus for what? Food. Temporary fulfillment. Right? Don't we ask that even today all the time? Hey, Jesus, can we get this? Hey, Jesus, I want this. Hey, Jesus, I want this. Why do we need it? Maybe because we want to look good. Maybe because we want this. Okay, for temporary fulfillment. How do we know that their cry was not sincere? Okay, verse 36, it says this. In John chapter 6, verse 36, this is why we know. Jesus said, but I say unto you that ye also have seen me. And, does anyone remember? You have seen me and believe not. That's how we knew their cry wasn't sincere. Because remember, Jesus is all-knowing. He knew all, and he said, hey, your cry is not sincere. You've seen me, and you believe not. Okay, he said, that bread. He had just said very plainly, I am the bread. Guys, you're asking for this bread. I'm right here. I'm trying to tell you right now. They supposedly wanted the bread. He is that bread, yet they don't want him. Okay, right? Isn't that our world today? People are like, man, I want something. I'm missing something. Celebrities, athletes, everyone. There a lot of people at one point in their life, they're like, man, I'm missing something. I'm missing joy. I'm missing peace. I'm missing something. The thing is, they might hear about that something, which is Jesus, by the way. But what do? I don't want it anymore. I don't need that. I'll be okay. I've been fine up to this point. I'll be okay. Okay, what a contradiction. But that's just the way, people are today as well. They want the benefits and the blessings of being saved, right? We all want the benefits and blessings. We all want, if we can have God on our side, we can be healed. Okay, he'll bless us tremendously. He'll give us more than we need and we deserve. They want the benefits and blessing. Anyone with common sense would say that. But they don't want the Savior. They don't want him. It's just like these people. They wanted food. People today, they want the benefits and the blessings that they hear about Jesus, but they don't want to believe in him. They don't want to have to trust in someone else. They don't want to have to lower themselves and humble themselves and say, hey, Christ, I'm a sinner. Hey, Jesus, I'm a sinner. I admit I'm wrong. I need a Savior. You died for me. Could you save me? They're too prideful. Okay, we're going to go through these quickly. Why the Jews rejected Christ. Okay, we see these in verses 44 through 46. We're going to go through this and then be done. Okay, we see a sinful condition. Okay, they were wrong. Okay, they didn't have a Savior. They didn't trust in Christ. Okay, because they were not drawn by the Father. He said, hey, ye have seen me and ye believe not. In verse 44 says this. Touch it quickly. No man can come to me except the Father which has sent me draw him, and I will raise him up the last day. Verse 46, not that any man has seen the Father, save he which is of God, he has seen the Father. Okay, again, we don't go to Christ without the Father, without the Holy Spirit. Okay, we see why the Jews rejected the bread. Okay, today we're going to talk about a little bit more of this. We're going to see how there's a broken bread, but we're going to talk about more of this tomorrow. Okay, but they rejected him. We know the facts. We've seen the characteristics. We saw the rejection. Tomorrow we're going to talk about this broken bread. Okay, that is it for today. There is no homework other than work on that student work if you have not finished it and memorize that verse for Thursday, but you guys are dismissed. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you're doing well. Make sure if we had any work, you turn it in. Bible, we had our verses. Economics, we did not have anything. Okay, so you shouldn't be turning anything in. If it is, it's probably late homework, and you probably already got 0 on it. All right, but we are going to pray again. Okay, I know it might sound like we just prayed, okay, but I'm trying to pray every class period, obviously for pastor, so I'll pray for your guys' prayer requests as well. We're just going to pray to get the class started. It'll be quick, short, and then we will jump into the notes. We're not doing a lot today, so let's pay attention, get through it, and then be done for today. Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. We just want to come to you again, Lord, and thank you for all the goodness and things you do for us. Thank you for the health you've given us. Thank you for the school and all the things we have. Thank you for the ability to have sports, Lord. I know it's not exactly what we want, definitely not exactly what I want, but we get to have it. For the kids, allow them to be able to play the game they love or like and hang out with some friends, maybe make some more friends, play some other teams, have some fun doing it, and just learn as much as they can. Also, please help Kylie's and Tori's Unspoken as well. Just help that situation, Lord. Again, we ask to just be there for them. Please help Emma's grandfather, Lord, as he's having that test today, and for that everything to go well with that, for his procedure to go through for Thursday, for that to get done as soon as possible and to just go well. Also, again, we lift up Pastor you, Lord. We know everything in your hands is the best place it can be. For us to have to rely on you, that's the best situation for us. So just bless that. Please help him through this time. In Jesus' name, pray. Amen. Are you okay? You're good. There you go. She felt very awkward. It's okay. All right, we are going to pick up in the notes. I believe this is where we left off. If it's not in your guys' notes, again, just write it down. Make sure everything else is put away. No drawing. Make sure your phone's put away. Headphones are out, whatever. All right. Okay, yesterday we talked about kind of that demand schedule and demand curve. Okay, whether we understood it completely. If you have any questions, again, you can ask. But we talked about that yesterday. Basically saying, hey, if something costs less, what will happen? The amounts of it being sold and the demand of it will be higher because more people want it, right? When the cost of something goes higher, what happens to the demand? It goes lesser because less people want it. The demand's not as high. Okay, I'm not going to buy a bag of Cheetos for $5. Okay, unless you're just balling and you're like, whatever, I like hot Cheetos. Okay, but if you're common sense, okay, you're smart with your money, you're not going to buy it. Okay, you're going to look for something else. Okay, and that's talking about, again, basically summarizing everything we talked about yesterday with demand, okay, with the scheduling and the curve. Yesterday, again, on page, I didn't have my book yesterday, but on page 56, there are pictures of that. If pictures help you guys with looking at graphs and stuff, page 56, if you want to write that down by those notes, you will see something that helps you with that. Okay, today we are going to be talking about some changes in demand. The changes are things that can shift this demand curve. Okay, there are 5 factors, key factors that can change this. Sorry, I forgot to read this one. Okay, demand is illustrated by the entire curve. Again, on page 56, it'll show you that curve. Okay, the demand curve always slopes downward and to the right. Again, that's on page 56. You can see, okay, it has a demand curve for mountain bikes in Minneapolis area. Okay, it shows the price, or dollars per bicycle. Okay, so it goes all the way up to $1,000. Okay, if it's $1,000, the demand's less. Okay, but once the bike became $800, the demand was more. Okay, they were getting sales up to $20,000 per year, or 20,000 bikes per year, sorry. Okay, again, that's shown on page 56, talking about the demand. Okay, but 5 key factors that can shift a demand curve. Okay, we're going to talk about these. Again, I told you there's not a lot of notes today, so it's going to be real short, maybe like 15, 20-minute lesson. Okay, there will be a little bit of homework. Should be able to finish it in class. Okay, but 5 key factors. Okay, the first we see is tastes and preferences. Attitude towards a good vary constantly as a people's preference change, or as they give or gain more information, whether favorable or unfavorable about a type of product. Okay, summer weather in Minneapolis is much warmer than winter. Okay, who has been to the Midwest before? I know some of you went on like a mission trip thing to Michigan. Maybe some of you have been there before, right? Emma, you went to Michigan. I mean, Midwest is pretty big. It's not just the North, but like Oklahoma, those aren't quite as cold. But Midwest anywhere. All right, in the summer, hot and humid. Okay, it can be nice too, but hot and humid. Okay, compared out here. Winter, freezing cold. Okay, freezing cold. Below zeros, sometimes above zeros, but real cold, certainly for you guys. You guys, since you think 50 is cold, you guys would die. Okay, you wouldn't be able to live, just like Mrs. Coral when she's out there during Christmas like this last winter. It's like 15 degrees and she literally looks like she can't move. She's like walking outside. All right, it's cold. Okay, so we see the difference of things we'll need. Okay, with consumers, and consumers during this time in Minneapolis, may be more inclined to buy bicycles during which months of the year, do you think? Okay, the summer, the time you can ride it, so like spring, summer. Okay, you're riding it during those times. So the demand for a bicycle in Minneapolis, what would happen during the summer? It would go up. More people want it. Okay, so a lot of times they'll have summer deals, as we even see on stuff out here. Okay, summer deals. Hey, get this. Okay, right? When it starts getting warm enough, what do clothing stores start putting in their stores in the summer? It's not a trick question. Summer clothes. Okay, whether it's shorts, tank tops, swimwear, whatever. Okay, they accommodate to the people, to the time of season. Okay, and these are going to be factors that can change this demand curve. Okay, tastes and preferences of the weather, okay, of your surroundings. However, if a research team did all their research during late fall to early spring, then summer months will probably bring an unrecorded increase in demand. This change would cause the demand curve to shift right, as might a promotional marketing campaign. On the other hand, the demand for bicycles would probably decrease, and the demand curve would shift left if the local newspaper were to run a negative article about a store's product quality, working conditions, or business practices. Okay, so again, tastes and preferences. Okay, first it said weather. Okay, that can affect it, or like season. Hey, it's summer. Man, my taste is like, man, I want to go bicycle riding. I don't know if any of you guys want to do that. Some of you skateboarders. You have skateboarders? You guys skateboard? Okay, I don't really skateboard. I haven't really done it, but I snowboard. Okay, obviously I'm not going to snowboard in the middle of the summer. Okay, I'm sure you can some places. But exactly, it's awful. Fake snow is awful. It's icy. It's not good. Okay, I want to go snowboarding when? In the winter with the nice, fluffy, natural snow of Michigan. Okay, or in the mountains. Okay, I want to go snowboarding then. Okay, so the demand for snowboards would probably go up. Okay, rentals, companies that do snowboarders, guess what their high profit time is? The winter. Okay, their low profit time, the summer. Okay, not as many people want to do it. Okay, so the first change or key factor we see that can change or shift the demand curve is the taste and preferences. Just like if Ian said he likes Nike, I like Nike. Okay, let's see, what year would that be? I think 2 years ago. You guys know who Zion Williamson is? Has anyone heard that name before? If you don't, he's in the NBA. He's huge. He's like 6'8" and like 280. He's massive. Okay, super athletic. Okay, in college, he was known as a freak. He was like, man, this guy is going to be great. He's so athletic, so big, except he has injury problems because he's so big. But he's huge. Okay, and he wore Nikes in college at Duke University. He wore Nikes. He actually was wearing the Paul Georges. I have a pair of them. Okay, but in a game, while he's playing in Nikes, and this has happened before, okay, he goes to pivot his foot, and guess what happens? This big monster jumped right out of his shoe. His shoe. Okay, his shoe literally ripped. His foot came out. And guess what happened to Nike, certainly the Paul George's marketing during that time? Okay, they lost a ton of money because a top college athlete that was endorsing their brand, not really endorsing, but wearing their brand, supporting their brand. He's on social media everywhere. People see him wearing Nike, so they're like, I want to wear Nike. Okay, because that's how it works. That's marketing. Okay, he rips them. They don't work for him. He stops wearing them, and they're like, well, I don't want them either. Okay, so those shoes, they declined. Okay, the demand was lower, okay, but also the prices were lower. Everything were lower. The shift changed because of that. Okay, that's another way that can affect the shift of demand. Okay, it can affect it by this marketing, by newspapers, by articles, by comments, okay, by like when you look up a company, you look up their reviews, like a restaurant or something, right? You look at reviews and if it says awful food, awful service, awful food, awful service, terrible food, worse service, you don't want to go to that restaurant. Noah would maybe go to the restaurant, but no one else would want to go to that restaurant if it's like bad, right? But if you see a restaurant that says, man, the people were so nice, the food was amazing, they were quick, okay, they checked on us all the time, and you saw review after review after review, saying that about a restaurant, you'd be, oh, man, maybe I want to try this place out, right? Okay, that's one way or one key factor that can change the shift of demand. Also, we see the next one, it's already on the screen, so you guys already have it, is income. Income is a key factor. Changes in consumer incomes also affect the demand for a product. People buy more of most goods when their income rises. Okay, pretty common sense. You make more money, you get more things. That's just how it works. The more money you have, the more things you want, the more things you can get. Right? Okay, like right now. I'm younger, right? I'm younger, you're younger. We don't have as much money right now, right, Ian? One day. We'll be there one day. But right now, we don't have a ton of money. Okay, we have a little bit of money. So we want a lot of things, but we can't get a lot of things. But then we have a 50-year-old businessman, retired. He has everything. He thinks he has everything. If he has money, man, he can get it. His income can change that. Okay, his income can change the amount of things he can get. Okay, so income can affect the demand of something. If people's wages all increase, what's going to happen in stores and everything? The demand for things. Everyone's going to want it. They're going to have a higher amount of things, whether it's a clothing brand or this type of food or a restaurant, whatever. Okay, the demand is going to grow. Okay, the income can affect that. People buy more of the goods when their income rises, and they will buy less of most goods when their income falls, right? Like right now. Okay, we don't buy as much because we don't have as much right now. Okay, but when we have more, we'll want to buy more. Okay, at a grocery store. Okay, let's say you have one kid, you don't have a ton of money. Okay, let's say your kid's 5 years old. Okay, if you don't have a ton of money, what are you going to buy? Okay, I need this and this and this. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I'm going to get what's absolutely necessary, right? I can't get the Hidden Valley Ranch. Okay, I got to get the cheap ranch. Okay, the one that's on sale. You got to budget, and you got to do more. Okay, but if we're making a ton of money, then our income could affect the demand of something. Well, I can buy this. Okay, they can make more of this because people are buying it because they have more money or have less money. The demand can change. Okay, a good whose demand is directly related to consumers' income is called a normal good. I believe that's actually our next note. So you guys have all these already, yes? I'm going to continue talking about them, but we're going to move on. Okay, but we have a normal good. This is under the income factor. The normal good. This is a good whose demand is directly related to consumers' incomes. Okay, so again, if people are making more money, maybe they want something, the demand becomes higher. Okay, Fairlife chocolate milk, maybe it'll go higher. That's just a random thing I said. If you have more money, you're like, oh, I can buy the better milk because it's so good. But if you're like income low, I'm not buying it. It's too expensive. Okay, it's not worth it. Okay, we see that in the normal good and in this income and demand. Okay, steaks, new cars, airline tickets are just a few examples of something that would be called normal goods. Okay, these goods that are affected by the income of people, right? We talked about that yesterday. I like steak. Who likes steak in here? Likes a good New York, no, not New York, ribeye, juicy steak. You don't like steak? I can never have it too many times. I love steak. It's my favorite food. When you're in prison or if you're on death row, you get one meal. You get to ask for one meal. My meal would be the best ribeye steak that's out there with some whatever, mac and cheese or potatoes, I don't know. Okay, but steak, that's what I'd want. I love steak, any kind of steak, any kind. I love steak. Okay, but we see these would be considered normal goods. Why? Because the demand of those items costs more. New cars, right? They cost a lot of money. If you don't have the money for a new car, what are you going to buy? Used cars. Okay, the demand for used cars is going to be higher because people can afford them more. But if everyone were just making a bunch of money, well, the demand for new cars would be higher. Because like, man, I can just buy a new one. Why would I buy a used one? Okay, we see those would be normal goods. Okay, some things that consumers buy, however, are called inferior goods. Inferior goods. Okay, inferior goods are the demand for these items that fall as consumers' income rise and vice versa. The demand for these items decrease. Sorry, it says increase. No, it doesn't. These items. It just says falls. Basically saying decrease. Same thing. Falls, or if you want to put that word by it, I should have put decrease. That's probably a better word. Okay, these items decrease as consumers' incomes increase and vice versa. Example of this inverse relationship might include beans, used cars, bus trips. Okay, those things that are cheaper, right? Our income, when it's lower, okay, things decrease, or the demand of these things decrease because income rises. Okay, the opposite of a normal good, it would be an inferior good. Okay, we see things again like beans, used cars, and bus trips. People don't need them as much. If you have your own car, you don't need to take a bus ride. Okay, if you have things to get different food, you don't have to go buy beans. Are just a random example. You don't have to buy canned beans. I don't know. Maybe canned beans are good. I don't know. Okay, but we see different things like that. Again, same as the used car, new car. Okay, if you have the money, you're going to get a new car. If you don't, you're going to get the used car. Make sure our phones are put away for all of us as I see eyes wandering. Okay, our next one is population. Okay, this is going to kind of go with it, but not quite yet. But population can be our next key factor. Okay, population growth or a shift in age structure can also affect the demand for goods. In Minneapolis, suddenly experiences at a population boom. The number of potential cyclists will increase, and the store will likely sell more bicycles. Okay, population can be a factor to the demand curve, right? That makes sense. Okay, like at our school. Okay, right now we have, I think this year, counting elementary all the way to 12th grade, 320 students right now. That's how many we have. Highest our school's ever had. Okay, one reason, why do you think that's for? Or why do you think that is? Public schools are closed. Demand for school in person is high right now, right? That's one reason. Okay, other reasons, maybe they like the teachers, maybe, I don't know, maybe different things going on. Okay, maybe they want a private system for their kids. Maybe the need for private schools, people like it more. Okay, there's different factors that could go to it, but again, it all goes back to population. Okay, Banning and Beaumont is also I think the 4th largest growing area in California, or quickest growing right now. Okay, the rise of population is going to make necessary for more spaces in school. Private schools or places, man, they have a limit. Like us, we're limited to space, right? Even right now, not in your classroom really, but 7th and 8th grade, we're packed. 6th grade, there is no more room for students. Okay, we already have 250 students signed up for next year. Okay, that's the thing. Population rises, the need for schools is going to rise. Okay, so the need for buildings maybe will rise. Okay, population can really affect the need or demand for something. That's just one instance. Okay, that would be in anything. Okay, like this analogy we see in the book. Okay, again in Minneapolis, talking about bicycles. Okay, if the population rises greatly, okay, maybe the need for bicycles or whatever would rise greatly. There's more people. Instead of 10 people, now there's 100 people. So I can't just have 5 bikes, now I have to have 50 bikes ready for people to buy it. Because if I only have 10, then there's not going to be enough. There's going to be people that come in, hey, can I get one? Oh, I'm sold out. Okay, your business wouldn't be working. So population can be affected in this as well. However, okay, back to this bicycle story. However, if Mr. Mendoza caters to the preference of a certain age group, demand for the store's products will only rise and fall as the number in that age group fluctuates, regardless of whether the overall population numbers remain basically constant or change drastically. Okay, so like a company, let's see. I was going to say video games. Okay, let's say video games. Okay, it rises on a lot of our age group, right? From ages 8 to 25. Okay, I know more people play that, maybe younger, maybe older. I'm just going to say that. That's probably the majority of people that play video games still constantly, right? 8 to 25. Okay, a lot of people are playing it. The demand in that age group is high. So what do you think a company is going to cater to? That age group. Are they going to cater to those who are 60? No. No, because they know that's not their buyers. That's not who's buying their their thing. So they're catering to those who are in that age group. So if that age group in your area is not large, okay, the population can really affect you, right? If I'm a Best Buy and I come to an area, let's say, I mean, this area has a lot of retirement homes and older homes and stuff like that. But let's say it's in an area where there's no teens. Okay, do you think that Best Buy is going to have a ton of sales? I think it'll have some still, but it's not going to have as many, right? Because kids love and young people love technology. We just do. I love it. You love it. We all love technology, right? Well, I think we do. Maybe some of us don't. But we like technology. They're going to or catering to this younger crowd. Okay, they're not going to go to an area where there's 50 people and they're all 60 years or older, right? A small town like that, they wouldn't build a building there. They know that wouldn't be smart. Okay, they build it in the area they think would be best. Okay, again, population can be effect to this. Okay, the fourth one, prices and related goods. Prices and related goods. Okay, demand shifts can be the result of the changes of prices, and we've already talked about that. Okay, which may be either substitutes, which are good, capable of being used in place of another, or complements, which is a good, often used in conjunction with another. Okay, if you want to know those are on page 57. Those may be on a pop quiz. They're in your reading. Okay, but substitutes are good, capable of being used in place of another. Substitution, like in a sport. Okay, this is something substituting, a good substituting. Or complements, a good often used in conjunction with another. Okay, if someone buys, I don't know, sandwich meat, okay, what would be a good that complements sandwich meat? Bread. What else? Cheese. What else? If you like mayo, I like mayo, some people don't. Miracle Whip, mayo. If you like mustard or don't like mustard, I like sriracha mayo. Okay, if you like sriracha mayo, whatever you like on your sandwich, okay, those are going to be complement goods, things that are going to complement something. Okay, obviously you could talk about a ton of different things. If you get a car, okay, you could get floor mats. You could get, what? You could get leather seats. You could get so many different things, right? There's things and attachments you can put in anything. If you buy a firearms, right? Different firearms have different things you can buy for it. Extended clip, that's legal. Okay, things that are legal to different firearms. Okay, don't buy illegal. I'm not supporting that. I'm just saying if it's legal. I'm talking about right now. All right, but those are different things though, right? Different things are going to be called complement goods because it complements something. If I buy, I don't know, if I'm a girl, and if I get, I don't know, if I get a pair of jeans, a new pair of jeans, I don't know. You guys probably don't think of this. I'm not a girl. If you get a pair of jeans, maybe some girls are like, man, if I get a pair of jeans, I need a new top to go with it. Okay, I need something to complement these new jeans. Okay, or maybe a pair of shoes or something. I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying. I don't know girls like that. Mrs. Cora would be better. Okay, but we have complement goods and substitute goods. Okay, for example, if the store down the street suddenly increased its size for motorized scooters, people would buy more bicycles, causing the demand for the good to increase. Bicycles would be the substitute for motorized scooters. Okay, we see a substitute good example. In another scenario, if Mr. Mendoza raised the price of a bicycle gear, which is a complementary good for the bicycle, the demand for bicycles would decrease, even if the price of the bicycles remained the same. Okay, so if you sold a bicycle, but this attachment or complement good cost a lot of money and you needed it for the bicycle, okay, what's going to happen to the demand of the bicycles? It's going to decrease. People are like, I just want a bicycle. I don't want to have to buy the other stuff. Okay, so it's going to decrease. Okay, we see that in a lot of goods we have today. Okay, like if you see an ad online, you're like, ooh, okay, yeah, I would buy this. It has a good deal. You open up the link or whatever, and then it says, you have to order this and this and this to get this. And you're like, well, I don't want it anymore. Okay, that's kind of how this complement and substitute goods go with business and marketing. Okay, the fourth thing, last thing we're talking about today. Sorry, I forgot to move through. Okay, we're going to have this talking about with this next note. Okay, but we have consumer expectation. That is the last factor we're talking about today, as there's a little bit of time, and then we'll be done. Okay, demand for a product is often influenced by consumers' expectations of what will happen in the future. News that metal suppliers are planning on increasing prices for aluminum and titanium may cause consumers to expect that the price of bicycles will increase. Right? Bicycles are made of a lot of aluminum or titanium. So if the prices are increasing for those metals, the prices of bicycles are going to raise. Okay, consumers' expectations. Okay, meaning that people may rush out to buy bicycles before the prices rise. Right? Okay, just like shoes. I like shoes. I talk about it with this because it works. Okay, when shoes first come out, okay, they're usually market price, whatever they cost. You want to try to get them as soon as you can because we already know, or I already know, once they're released, And if they're sold out, like I said yesterday, the cost is going to go way higher. They do. That's what happens. Okay, just like in any item. Okay, if we know that something's going to rise, the price is going to rise, right? We want to get it when it's on sale. So we'll beat the rush. Okay, if it's a summer deal or something, we're like, man, we got to get this before this time or else it's going to be sold out. Or whether it's a fall deal or whether it's the end of the season, it's like we want to get it before it's run out or before it gets rid of. Okay, so consumer expectation. We expect something to happen or something to rise. We want to get it before it happens. Okay, gasoline, right? Who has a car in this room? I have a car, Mrs. Corwell's car, Grace, Ian, Kylie, Emma. Okay, you guys have cars. When do you want to get gas? When it's $4 a gallon? No. When you can find it as cheap as you can, right? Okay, you might not be looking all the time, but sometimes maybe you have like only 1/10 of a tank and you're like, man, I need to fill up. I'm just saying, okay? I don't know if this works. Shh. Okay, maybe you have 1/10 of a tank. And you're like, man, I really need to fill up, but you see that gas price, you're like, $4. I'm just going to wait till tomorrow. I'll wait till tomorrow. I can last one more day, right? You might do that sometimes. It happens. It happens sometimes. Okay, let's say maybe you're at 3/4, right? Maybe you have 3/4 of a tank of gas in your car. On your mind, you're not really thinking, man, I need to fill up, right? You have 3/4 of a tank. But you see a gas station, it's like $2 gas. You're like, oh, I'm going. I'm filling up whatever it needs, right? Consumer's expectation, because you know that gas price is probably going to go up. Certainly in California, it's never going to be $2. So you'll never see that. In Michigan, I'll see that. But you'll never see that out here in California. $4, that's actually realistic. You'll see that sometimes, certainly during the summer. Okay, so you want to get it as cheap as you can, as soon as you can. If you see it on sale, you want to get it because your expectation, you know it's going to go higher. Okay, rumors that a local factory may be laying off a large number of workers will probably cause people who work at the factories to save more money. Okay, if they know they're going to lose their job, they're like, okay, I need to start budgeting better. I need to, that little extra bit of money that I've been using for this, I need to just save it. I might not have a job for a little bit. I need to start saving it better. Okay, your expectation of that. Okay, if or when people stop buying bicycles for themselves, okay, and discourage others from buying them as well. Okay, be careful not to confuse though. Okay, be careful. We're talking about this consumer expectation. To not confuse the change in demand and or with a change in quantity demand. They're a little different. The change of demand of a need or the change of a quantity demand. Okay, changes in demand are the result of changes in any of the 5 factors just discussed. If you want to write that down, it's not a note. Okay, but it might be something you want to highlight or underline or write down. I'll say it again. Okay, changes in demand are the results of changes in any of the 5 factors just discussed. That's changes in demand. Okay, when anything changes within those 5 factors. Okay, and they cause, when this happens, the change in demand, and they cause the whole demand curve to shift either to the left or to the right. Okay, that's change of demand. Okay, that's on page 58, the last paragraph. When it says be careful, it's in that paragraph. Okay, the quantity demand. So this is not the change in demand, but now the quantity demand, on the other hand, is represented by any specific point along a demand curve. Okay, that's a quantity demand. Any changing point on the demand curve. You can see that on page 58, figure F. There's a graph right there. It shows you the decrease in quantity demand and the decrease in demand, the difference. It is influenced by, this quantity demand is influenced by price. Okay, that's the main difference you can see. Quantity demand is influenced by price. Demand is influenced by not just price. Okay, that could be a hint for you. Okay, a change in quantity demand refers to the movement from one point to another along a fixed demand curve. Again, you'll see that on page 58 if you want to put that in your notes. Page 58. You want to know that. Okay, the only factor that can cause a change in quantity demand is an increase or decrease, again, in what? Quantity demand deals with what? Price. That's what you need to know for quantity demand. It deals with price. Okay, an increase or decrease of price. That's quantity demand. Again, it's influenced by price. If you want to put this in your notes, again, put page 58, figure F. It's right there. It illustrates that perfectly. If you're like, hey, I'm a visual learner, I see it and I learn it. Page 58, it's right there. Okay, if you're like, the term's just not good enough for me, on page 58 it shows that. Hopefully that can help you. Okay, that's all we're talking about for today. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the basic law of supply. Okay, you might want to be ready for a quiz coming up here soon. Maybe not tomorrow, but on Thursday. Okay, we're going to have a quiz here shortly. Okay, we'll talk about that tomorrow. For homework. Good to see everyone here. Thank you for being on the stream. Looks like one person we lost. Who knows who it could be. Could everyone throw their name back in the chat so I can know you're still here, the whole class? Just want to make sure who's still on and who is not. Okay, but for homework is page 62. Page 62. Consider 4.4 questions. Which one do you guys want? There's 4 of them. Huh? Yeah, I was going to do 1 and 3 were going to be the ones I picked. But would you guys like another before I say it? Esther says 1 and 4. All right, we'll do questions 1 and 4. Consider 4.4, page 62, questions 1 and 4. Thank you, Michelle. Could everyone throw their name in the chat so I know you're listening, even though you're probably not? Okay, Michelle, thank you. If anyone else is on, make sure you throw your name in the chat so I can know you're here. Again, the homework is page 62. Consider 4.4, questions 1 and 4. Let me know if you have any questions. Again, okay, most of you are doing pretty well there, distant learning and in class. Shh. Okay, most of you are doing pretty well, but some of you have gotten lazy. Okay, do your homework. Homework is an easy way to keep your grade up. Easy. Okay, one homework grade doesn't influence it a lot, but if you constantly get zeros, it really hurts you. Okay, but on the other hand, if you're constantly getting A's, because a lot of history homework, economics, Bible homework, it's completion. Okay, I don't grade it because certainly economics, okay, a lot of it is your own thoughts. Hey, how do you think, or give an example of this situation? Okay, I read it, I look through it. If you put work into it, even if your answer is a little off, it's like, man, their thought's not perfect, but you put the work in and it's close, I give you credit. So a lot of homework is either 100 or 0. That's what it is. Okay, so make sure you're turning it in. It's easy A's. Easy. I have 7th and 8th graders ask me all the time, hey, how could I get my grade up? I said, hey, you could do your homework every single day. You know the homework you complain about every single day? If you did that, you would have a B or A in my class, not counting tests or quizzes. Okay, so make sure you're doing that homework. Distant learners, make sure for those who are not turning anything in, you got to get stuff turned in, or else you will be repeating your class that you're in right now. Let me know if you guys need anything. That is it for today. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Oh, yeah, that's right. I moved this yesterday. Let's put this back. Cool. All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started. We're on page 261. Page 261, we're talking about 15.6. Acid-base titrations is the correct way to say that word. Titration is the gradual addition of a standard solution to a measured volume of solution of unknown concentration until the reaction is complete. Now, here's why we need this. Professional chemists often find it necessary to determine the concentration, not just the pH, of the acid or base in a solution. Okay? This is especially helpful if you're taking a sample of, say, groundwater, or if you're talking about river water, like if you just don't know. Okay, so this is what is done here. So, for example, an industrial chemist might wish to test the concentration of hydrochloric acid in a solution used to manufacture plastics. To do this, he can withdraw a small amount of solution and place it in a beaker. He then adds a standard solution, a solution of accurately known concentration of a base, such as NaOH, to the beaker until the acid solution is neutralized. The amount of base needed to neutralize the acid solution is used to calculate the original concentration of the acid solution. So by figuring out how much stuff it takes to neutralize it, we can figure out the concentration. Now, it's great. It's a wonderful technique. Here's the reality of this technique. It is, like, sinfully boring. Okay? I mean, like, oh my goodness. My first year teaching this class, we did video lab because it's what we could do. And I kid you not, it was 40 minutes of a guy, like, doing drips into the beaker. Because you have to know exactly how much you use. You can't let it go too much. Oh, my word. Okay, anyway. So it is so boring, I'm not going to put you guys through that. Okay? But you have to be really careful, and you have to do it like drips at a time. They have a whole special apparatus. The titration setup is there on page 261. They have a whole special apparatus. You got to be, like, real careful. There's a valve that lets you do, like, a drop of solution at a time. So that's titration there. If we look at what happens to pH of a 0.1 milliliter, molar, HCl solution is titrated with 0.1 molar NaOH. Initially, the pH is 1, but as the base is added, the pH gradually increases as the OH ions neutralize more and more of the hydronium ions, and thus decrease their own concentration. The point at which the equal numbers of moles of base and acid have reacted is the equivalence point. And this is when your identifier that you're using, whatever indicator it is, goes neutral. The second that color changes, that's when you're done. Or that's when you take the measurement. And then you keep going to make sure. Okay? So, and seriously, toward the end there, he was adding like half a drop. It was ridiculous. Anyway, very important to be that careful. It was just really, really painfully boring to watch. All right. So, anyway, you'll notice the pH rises very steeply if the addition of the base is continued past the equivalence point. By the way, the graph is on page 261. The pH increase again becomes less dramatic. A plot of pH versus volume of base added, such as that described, is shown in figure 1516. For a titration involving a strong acid and strong base, pH of the solution at the equivalence point is 7, because duh. Okay, it's a neutral solution at that point. It won't always be, though. Now, this is not usually the case for titrations involving weak acids or weak bases, just kind of as mentioning that. The choice of an indicator to signal the completion of a titration, i.e. when equal numbers of equivalents of an acid and bases have been reacted, depends on the pH region in which the equivalence point occurs. For strong acid-base titrations, several indicators can be used for this purpose since their colors change in pH region within that steeply ascending portion of the titration curve. Methyl red and... yeah, there's a pH and TH next to each other. You all can see that chemical there, but there's no human way I'm going to be able to pronounce that. All right, they are often used for this purpose. For example, if that second chemical is used in a titration, the solution will change in color from colorless to pink as the solution passes the equivalent point. The point at which the indicator has fully changed color is often called the endpoint. It corresponds to the equivalence point as long as you chose an indicator within the correct pH range. Before you start, you figure out the pH of what, or use the test strip, figure out your pH of the chemical you're working with, and then choose your indicator wisely from there. Does that make sense? Based on the range you would expect it to be done in. Because you know it, you can find its pH real easy. You're just trying to figure out its concentration now. Okay, so you choose an indicator with the correct pH so you know when you're done. The purpose of titration is to find the concentration of an unknown acid or base solution. Accurate measurement of the volumes of both reacting solutions, along with an accurate concentration for one of them, allows us to find the concentration of the unknown. At the equivalence point, the equivalence of the reacted base equals the equivalence of the reacted acid, or more usefully, a volume of a base times normality of the base is equal to volume of acid times normality of acid. All right, so we can use this before-after situation to figure out our missing piece. Since normality is the number of equivalents per liter, the volume of a solution in liters times the normality of a solution equals the number of equivalents in the solution. Equation 1533 can be used to calculate the concentrations of solutions by titrating them. Okay, so, and typically what you would probably do is pick something with the same number of equivalents, or the same like if you were doing H2SO4, you'd probably choose a base that could accept 2 protons. Does that make sense? Just to make the math easier. But that's, personally what I would do. In a certain titration, 32.15 milliliters of 0.0983 normals, right, NaOH, was required to neutralize 25 milliliters of H2SO4. What? Did I write? That word was should not be there. What was R? All right. What are the normality and molarity of the H2SO4 solution? Just remove the word was. I clearly started writing something else at some point. I don't know. All right. So we just start out with our equation we just learned. VBNB equals VANA. All right, so let's go through and figure this out. NaOH is our base. We know its normality. And we know its volume, so we can plug in both those on the base side. And then we know how much volume of our acid, so we can plug that in. So we're just left with the normality of our acid. All right, so we'll just go ahead and plug all that in. Simple division, both sides by 25. And we get its 0.126 normals. Now, this is not its concentration. This is its normality. Okay, remember in concentration, we want molarity. Okay, I think I said that right. So, because it's H2SO4, it's diprotic, so the normality is equal to 2 times the molarity, or if we divide the normality by 2, we'll get that it's 0.0630 molars of H2SO4. So we have 0.0630 moles per liter. Now we're dividing by 2 because of that H2. If it were not like H3, then we would divide by 3. If it were H with no subscript, we wouldn't divide at all. Does that make sense? Okay, that's where we're getting that 2 from. Okay, screen may not like me for a minute. Where did it go? Did I close the window? Right, cursor is not working for some reason. Cool. All right, so that's where I'm going to leave it for today for distance learners. We're going to go ahead and watch the video in here. That will introduce the next section for tomorrow. That is the next video, Crash Course Chemistry number 31, Buffers the Acid Rain Slayer. They obviously have fun with that title. So you guys can go ahead and watch that, but we're going to watch it in here. Obviously, again, can't show it on stream. All right? So distance learners, I'll see you guys later. I know that was kind of a short one. Tomorrow will probably honestly be a little short too because the next section just isn't that long. Okay, but we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. All right, so we'll discuss that tomorrow. I'll probably also discuss acid rain tomorrow. Because that ties in more with tomorrow's thing. But we'll get into that tomorrow. All right. See you guys.
Okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to be on page number 283, 10.2, writing checks. Okay, after you open a checking account, you should buy checks and deposit slips. Okay, you can buy checks directly from your bank. There's online companies you can buy checks from. So there's multiple places you can get your checks from. Typically, you can get them cheaper at other places than you can from your bank. Yes?
If you buy the check from like any store, like Walmart and stuff, are they still valid?
If you buy them from Walmart?
Like from like stores like Walmart.
Yes. Okay. What you do when you order your checks is they're going to have a routing number for your bank. Okay, that's a specific number assigned to your bank, and that's going to have your bank account number on it. Okay. What that does is that associates that check with your specific bank and with your bank account. So technically, when you write a check to someone, they have the information of what bank you go to and what your account number is there. Okay? But that number is used so that they can identify what account to withdraw that money from. Okay? Checking records should always be accurately kept to avoid an overdraft. Okay, this is when you write checks and you write a check for more than what you have in your account. This is called an overdraft. You can get protection on it for overdraft protection on your checking account. And if you have a checking account and savings account at the same bank, what they can do is if you accidentally write a check too big for the amount in your account, they'll take that money from your savings to help cover that check so that check doesn't bounce. Okay? When your check bounces, it's just like you have not paid that amount. So they're going to come after you to try to get the rest of that money. Okay? And if you don't have that overdraft protection, typically what they're going to do is they're also going to charge you a bank fee, and those bank fees can be as much as $35. So every time someone tries to cash that check, if you don't have enough money in your account, the bank is going to charge you $35. So this happened once to someone I know where they wrote a check and they didn't have enough money to cover that check, and then the place kept trying to cash that check over and over and over again, and it ended up costing him, the $100 check ended up costing him like $300 because it kept trying to process that check. And every time they processed that check, he would get hit with a $35 bank charge, $35 overdraft fee, $35. Okay? So make sure that you have enough money in your account when you write that check. Also be aware of the checks that you have outstanding already. Okay? Sometimes a place, like here for instance, they'll only do a bank run once a week sometimes. So when we have people pay their tuition, and they use a check to write their tuition payment, we only take stuff to the bank one day a week. So if we take it to the bank on Wednesdays and they write their check on Friday, it's going to sit in our office, in our safe, until Wednesday when they go to take it to the bank. Okay? So that check doesn't get processed for 3 or 4 or 5 days. So you have to be aware of that when you write checks. On page 285, we have the steps for writing a check. Okay, most of you, I don't remember the last time I wrote a check, honestly. Just because with the way banking is now, with electronic banking, debit cards and that type of stuff, I honestly don't remember the last time I wrote a check. But you can still get checks, and people still take checks, and you can use checks. Step number 1 is you're going to write the date, month, day of the month, and the year. Okay? As you see here in our example, it has March 10th, 19 whatever. Okay? It's not going to have 19 there. It's going to have 2000, or it might just have nothing there. So you can write in the year. Okay, then you're going to write the name of the payee, the person who you're writing the check to, or the business you're writing the check to. So if you're writing a a check to pay your tuition here. You'd write it to pay to the order of CCS or Calvary Christian School. Okay? Then next you're going to write the amount of the check in numbers in that little white box. Write the amount of the check in the little numbers in that little white box right there. You're going to write the change, the cents, as a fraction over 100. Okay? You can do that. Or for that section, you can just do a decimal with the cents. And then you're going to put underneath the pay to the order of, you're going to write it out in words, the numbers, okay? So this check is for $42.87. So they write out 42 and 87 over 100 in words. Now, if there's ever a discrepancy between the numbers and the words, the bank is going to do one of two things. Either they're going to count that check as void and not cash it at all, or they're only going to honor the words. Okay? Because it's a lot easier for you to forge and alter the numbers than it is the actual words. So they're only going to keep track, the words are what matter the most. And then you can write a memo on the memo line. This is just basically saying what the check is going to be used for. And then you have to sign the check. Okay? Make sure you have everything else filled out before you sign that check, because once you sign that check, it is a legal check. And whoever gets a hold of that check, if your signature is on it for your account, if you hand someone a blank check, they can drain your account. They can make it out to whatever they want to make it out to, okay? So make sure if you do that, you have your check all filled out. Yes?
Didn't you just rip the check?
What?
Didn't you just rip the check?
You could just rip up the check. However, people can still, if they get a hold of that, they can still like put the pieces together. And if you have like 90% of the check, they'll still cash it for them. Okay, homework for tonight. Homework for tonight, we're going to do page 286, problems 1 through 10. Okay. So what they do is they give you problems 1 through 6. They give you a balance, the total deposits made, and the amount of the checks that are written. So you're going to find the balance or the total left in the account after the words. Okay? So that's what you're doing with that. Okay? Other than that, that's it for today. So we'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right, how you guys doing? I'm sure I'm not the face you guys were expecting, but you are blessed with me yet again for the third time today. All right, make sure at this time phones are put away, headphones are off, take them out, whatever, whoever has it out. All right, put them away. We do have our vocab quiz list 8 today. Distance learners, you guys should have already got that. If you didn't, message me real quick or throw it in the chat. I'll try to send it to you through your email. I have all you guys' emails as well. Let me know, but we do have vocab quiz 8. We're going to take that in about 5 minutes. Once we're done with the quiz, I'm going to be back on the stream. Okay, so in about 10 minutes, shouldn't take you long once you receive the quiz. About 10 minutes, I'll be back on the stream to just give you guys your classwork, things to review for the test on Friday, and your literature homework as well. So be ready for that. Don't leave the stream after I cut off for the quiz right now. Be back on or have it going so you're ready when I come back on. If you have any questions, again, if you don't have that quiz, let me know. Michelle, you'll probably just take it once you're back in school. Just let me know. Remind Mrs. Coral tomorrow if you're here, hey, I need to take the quiz or whatever. Let me know, and I'll try to get that to you. Okay, throw your name in the chat as well so I know you're here so I can mark you as present for her. But we're going to take that in about 5 minutes. back, hopefully you took that quiz again if you need it. So like Christian Cormel, Jake, I sent it to you. Christian Halsey, if you need it, message me. I'll send you a picture of it. You guys can take that. Michelle, you can just take it once you get back since you're usually here. But our assignment for today, okay, for grammar, okay, this is classwork, but it is homework. If you don't finish it in class, that doesn't mean it's not due tomorrow. It is still due tomorrow. So for grammar, page 40, grammar page 40 in your workbook, your workbook, exercises 77 to 78. I don't know what that means, but hopefully you do. That's what it says. So page 40 in your workbook, numbers or exercises 77 to 78. Okay, this next part, actually I'll tell you literature homework. Your literature homework is just reading pages 213 to pages 219. It says be ready for a possible reading quiz. That means you might have one, you might not have one, but be ready for one. 213 to 219, yes ma'am. 213 to 219. Okay, you also have a test on Friday. I'm sure she's maybe mentioned that already. If not, now you know. Okay, there's a test on Friday. Okay, it will be over sections 15 to 22. Your test on Friday will be over sections 15 to 22. Grammar, yes ma'am. Over grammar section. Okay, sections 15 to 22. Okay, these are the sections she gave to me. Hopefully this makes sense to you to review. Okay, she says these would really help you for the test. Okay, you have, trying to make sure I read this right. 2.71, does that mean anything to you guys? Yes, no? 2.71, is that something? I want to make sure I'm reading it right. So for grammar, handbook, sections 2.71. Is that something, Grace? I want to make sure I'm not like saying anything crazy. All right, so in your handbook, these are the sections that are going to help you on your test for review. Okay, 2.71, 3.24, section 5, section 6, and section 9 through 12. Okay, those will help you review for what's on the test. Okay, I'm sure you guys are going to review more tomorrow and probably Thursday. Okay, so just be ready for that. You guys have all, again, you're not wasting your time doing nothing this hour. Okay, all you had the quiz, you guys still have basically 30 minutes. Okay, you are working on those assignments, so whether if you want to read right now, you can read. Okay, if you want to work on the grammar part, you can work on the grammar part, but you are doing something. You're not just on your phone. You're not using headphones. You can eat. Okay, you can talk quietly, but you are doing something. Don't be distracting, and make sure you're working on it. Okay, if you have any questions, let me know, distant learners. Okay, but that is the work. Make sure you get that done on time. Make sure you're turning in your work, as some of us still aren't turning in our work. Let me know if you have any questions.